So for our online audience, good morning. Welcome to the Lonestar Rivals event, the 7th gathering of the Legion of Demons. For the fastest Mopars on Earth.com, we're here at the Texas Motorplex getting set to start day 2 with open, test, and tune. We'll do that for about an hour, and then we'll go into eliminations with our bracket race and our index racing. That'll be coming up in about an hour. But in the meantime, we've called cars to the lanes. Again, open, test, and tune. Come on down to the staging lanes. We will take you now. And as we get started, we'd like to thank our sponsors. The A1 Collision Super Center out of Laredo, Texas. Boostain of Texas for www.gospeedracing.com. Jarvis Tire Pros from Belleville, Texas. Jody Jarvis out here with us this weekend. R2 Motorsports, the Texas-based company. R2motorsports.com. Sipple Speed Shop out of Mooresville, North Carolina. John and Jessica out here racing this weekend as well. And ZH Tunes, the Hellcat tuning specialist. Zung Ho out here yesterday making some pretty spectacular shakedown passes. Thanks to all of those sponsors for their support of the Legion of Demons and the Legion of Mopars. Again, call to the lanes for open, test, and tune. Come on down. We're going to give you about an hour this morning before we go into eliminations. So, once again, open, test, and tune. We're ready for you now. And just like that, Mopars are on the starting line. Catherine Kasiba, left side in the Seba Motorsports machine. Out of Louisville. And Angelo Rivera, right side, all the way from Deltona, Florida. Let's see what this racetrack's got for him this morning. Yeah, right off the bat, looks like it's got teeth. That's a good sign. To the top end, 9:01 for Angelo Rivera. 9:01 at 151. 9:06 for Catherine Kasiba at 150. So nice start to the day for the two of them. Marge Hidings and Mark Haas Next up, they're in the water box right now. Marge over here on the left side. Marge and Mark out of Key Largo, Florida. Mark Haas from the Gateway City, St. Louis. It's a little bit chillier this morning out here. Marge, 8:99 at 1:51. She dips below the 9-second mark. 9:96, 1:46 for Mark Haas. Jody Jarvis, John Plogue. Coming up now, Jarvis Tire Pros. We talked about that a little bit just a few minutes ago. Jody, he's on the left side. Plogue on the right. Plogue muscling his way to the finish line. He's out in front. 9:19, 147 miles an hour. Jody Jarvis, 9:43 at 1:50. According to our friends at Air Density Online, it's 49 degrees outside with a relative humidity of 61%. Water grains sit at 32. The density altitude right now, 147 feet above sea level. So Penny Holcomb, a little bit of a slow roller this morning as the Gray Ghost kind of gives up the ghost before it gets to the finish line, 23:45. For Cole Godby, 12:17 at 1:12. Hey, attention in the pit area. Attention in the pit area. Chris Shawver. Chris Shawver and Michael Pashos. Michael Pashos. Chris and Michael, you need to report to the Champions Club to take care of registration and tech. Chris Shawver and Michael Pashos, we need you to report to the Champions Club, which is the building behind Race Control Tower. Chris and Michael, we need you to report to the Champions Club. Take care of registration and tech before you head down track. All right, getting some stuff sorted out here on the starting line area, and it's Andy McPherson coming up first on the left side. Andy gets the tree, and away he goes. Robert Glaspie completes his burnout. He'll roll up right now. Andy McPherson, 927, 150 miles an hour. Robert Glaspie will get the single over here on the right side. Left side of the track for the weekend is the A1 collision lane, and the right side is the Sipple Speed Shop lane. Glaspie's Demon is hooked up and on a good run. How about a 974? 139 miles an hour. Coming up now, it's Jim Hart out of Lake Creek, Texas, left side. And Talagarabe over on the right from Laredo. As his license plate says, runs eights. Guessing it's one of those new Demon 170s over here on the right-hand side. Chris Shawver. Well, Chris and Michael, if you have not made it to the Champions Club, we need you to do so. Get signed up. 886 for Talagarabe, 151 for the speed. Jim Hart, 1027 left side at 137. Now it's Ben Blaylock. The Warlock Machine out of Tyler, Texas, and Dan Pianfetti from Atkins, Texas, and the Jailbreak Demon. Dan Pianfetti under power to the top end, 10:07 and 137. Over on the Sipple Speed Shop side of the track, Ben Blaylock. A little trouble getting off the starting line and just taking a Friday morning cruise at 24 seconds to the top end. Cole Godby brings his 300C up to the starting line now. And he's alongside Mark Haas. Haas already has been down the track once and going to see if he can find a little improvement out there. Much credit to the Texas Motorplex crew here as they're staying on top of the conditions on the racing surface right now and out there cleaning up just a little bit and using the torch to get rid of the last remnants there after a little bit of fluid out there on the racetrack on the right-hand side. Everything should be good to go, and with that, they give the signal to start the burnouts here for Mark and Cole. So temperature up just a little bit, just 1 degree to 50 degrees. And the DA now at 215 feet above sea level. Still very good air out there. So a little trouble there for Mark Haas. We'll back him off and give him another look at it. In the meantime, Cole Godby trucks on down there to a 1244, 112 miles per hour. Now Mark Haas will get himself reset. Dangles the wheels just a little bit as he comes off the starting line. And Haas to the top end, 9:35 at 146 miles per hour. John Plogue kind of rattles the tires. Chris Ulanowitz, straight and true, left side, 1090, 1090, 124 for Chris. John Plogue, 1758, 72. Matt Martin with a 970 at 147 miles an hour. Andy McPherson, 1393 at only 100. It's Rob Kripe and Brad Moose coming up next. Kripe from California. Left side, Brad Moose from Belleville, Illinois. Right across the river from St. Louis. Kripe should be an 8-second player here. And Brad Moose should be quick as well. I see the parachute hanging off the back there. $8.95 left side for Rob Kripe. He does get into the 8s. $8.95 at 151. Brad Moose, $9.16 at 152 miles an hour. And we'll take a minute here and get the track rotator out there and do a little more starting line grooming to try to get it in its best condition. Trying to stay ahead of things here today by a little extra traction compound, a little extra rotation, and just trying to stay on top of things as best we can. One thing about the racing surface here at the Texas Motorplex, it is phenomenal. It is a single pour from start to finish. No seams, no cracks. Post-tension pour. And that slab of concrete's been out there for 40 years. And it's just a remarkable piece of engineering. It is why, on the NHRA side of the world, this is by far one of the fastest racing surfaces in the world. Texas Motorplex will be celebrating their 40th year this year at the Stampede of Speed, as it'll be 40 years since the opening of the first super track. A big celebration, 10 days here at the Motorplex. You should go online and get your tickets. I guarantee you'll have a great time, as they do it Texas style down here. It's more than just a race, it's a celebration. And for Billy Meyer, the main man who put all this together, and for Christy Meyer Johnson, who carries on his legacy right now, this is their home and this is their showplace, and some of the most gracious hosts you will ever find in the sport of drag racing. All right. Dan Pianfetti and Ken Bradshaw are on the starting line. Chris Shawver, Michael Pashos still have not reported to the Champions Club. You need to do so. You need to take care of registration and tech. Chris Shawver, Michael Pashos, we need you to do that. Also, all drivers, listen up. If you have not turned in your ballots for the car show, please do so now. You have 10 minutes. 10 minutes until ballots will be tallied. If you have not turned in your ballot, please do so as quickly as you can, as we're starting to count the ballots in 10 minutes. Dan Pianfetti completes the run over there on the left. Our next pair, this has been Blaylock and Eric Mallon. Blaylock left side. He calls it the Warlock. Eric Mallon right side. The orange machine with the big old selfie stick hanging off the top. Ben's been having a little trouble this morning. Hopefully he can get that sorted out. Again, we need those ballots. Please bring the ballots to the Champions Club as soon as you can. And the Warlock machine still fighting a little bit of trouble on the launch control there. Eric Mallon to the top end, 979. 146 miles per hour. Ben Blaylock finally gets there at a 1991. Paul Beckwith and Jeremy Barrett coming up now. Beckwith's demon over here with that satin black rally stripe right down the middle. GoPros hanging all over that car. Over on the right side, Jeremy Barrett from Verona, Wisconsin. .923 for Barrett, 147 miles per hour. Paul Beckwith, 971 at 141. Rob Welch will bring his Hellcat up here on the left side alongside Cole Godby's 300C. Rob Welch, 954, 127 left side for his green machine. And Cole Godby's 300C, 1224 at 112 miles per hour. A little bit of touch up there on the starting line. We're back to it with Marge Heidings, Mike Mahoney. Marge with a 9:08, 151 miles an hour. Mike Mahoney right side, 9:97 at 137. About 10 minutes left here in our open test and tune session, so if you needed to get one more pass in, you need to head this way. We'll be closing the lanes right at 10 o'clock, run everybody out, and then we will call you up for our elimination round number 1. Mike Mulder and Jim Marino await their turn, but in front of them it's John Plogue. Plogue rattles the tires, and I think, based on what I see, he's going to back up and try her again. That's what it looks like right here. It's TJ Bailey out there trying to give a little assistance to John. Try to give him the best patch of traction that we can. That's a little better. Lifts the wheels on the starting line. .1502 at 74 miles per hour. Attention in the pit area. Staging lanes are now closed. Staging lanes are closed. Staging lanes are closed. If you're in the lanes, we're going to run you out. If you're not in the lanes, don't come. Your next opportunity to go down the racetrack will be in eliminations. Staging lanes are closed. All right, it's Michael Pashos. His first attempt here on the starting line alongside Rob Kripe. Again, staging lanes are closed for test and tune. Staging lanes are closed for test and tune. Ricky Holcomb, Doug Watkins. 9:79 left at 140 for Ricky Holcomb. Doug Watkins 9:11 at 148. Larry Rose gets a little bit out of the groove and kind of overpowers it there. Eric Taylor, 933 at 148 miles per hour. Andy McPherson, 936, 149 miles an hour. Tim Mikulajczyk, 957 at 153. It's Jody Jarvis and Paul Beckwith rolling up next. Jody Jarvis, 937 at 150. Paul Beckwith, 971 at 139. Mark Itzstein and Mike Mahoney pull up now. Mahoney's white car, that's the one from Louisville, Texas, right side of the track. Itzstein from Frisco. Both of them get off the starting line clean. Make their way to the top end. 990 with a 5 at 137 for Mike Mahoney. Mark Itzstein, 994 at 140 miles per hour. Attention in the pit area, we've got a car in the staging lanes with no driver. If you have abandoned your car in the staging lanes, we need you to report to your race car immediately, as we're just about out of race cars back there. And if that's your car, you need to be behind the steering wheel. Jake Simon, John Plogue. Simon out of Richfield, Wisconsin. Plogue from Nebraska. 9:03 at 151 left side for Jake Simon. John Plogue 9:17 right side at 148 miles per hour. Single pass coming up now for Eric Mallon. .1071 at 144 for Eric Mallon. Next up, it's Jerry Grimes. Grimes over here, he'll make a single. Grimes out of Osaka, Mississippi. And it looks like we got... So it looked like we had a little fluid out there under the Jerry Grimes car, so we're going to back him off, do a little track cleanup right there, and we'll be back to it in just a minute. Hey, if you are the driver of car number 4406, car number 4406, your car is waiting for you in the staging lanes, and we are too. We need the driver of car 4406 to report back to the staging lanes so that we can finish up our test and tune session. We've only got a couple more cars to go. But we're going to do a little bit of touch-up out on the starting line to keep everything on point out there. And from social media, I see some folks have really appreciated the work that Texas Motorplex crew has been doing, and I echo those sentiments, as they've done a fantastic job staying ahead of the racing surface to make sure it is in good shape. So, racers, I guess you've kind of figured out what's going on out here. We've had a little bit of sprinkles going on out there, a little bit of water on the racetrack, and so it's in everybody's best interest to go ahead and try to get that dried up out there. That's why we're running the tractors out there to scrub that moisture off and make sure that racetrack is safe. So just be aware of that's the reason we're on hold right now. And you can see TJ and Eric out there and the entire Texas Motorplex crew keeping the racetrack in the best condition it can. And as soon as we feel like it is safe once again to put race cars out there, we will do so. But again, thanks for your patience. We'll be back to you as soon as we can. All right, racers, race fans, want to let you know what is going on right now. And I guess it's been a little bit obvious. We've been on hold because of the weather. It's been misting just enough that we can't get it dry right now. But we're not done for the day. We just want to let you know that. But we are on hold until after our lunch break. So we're still going to have lunch at 1 o'clock. And then at 2 o'clock, the track and Tim and myself and some other folks, we're going to assess the situation, determine if we can get anything else done for the rest of the day. It looks like from all the weather apps that we've got a potential window this afternoon, which will take about an hour's worth of prep, which should happen around 2 o'clock, and then somewhere around 3, assuming the weather does what the weather app says it's going to do. Somewhere after 3, we're going to go into our eliminations. We're going to go straight into eliminations. So there won't be any more test and tune between now and then. Hopefully you got some runs in this morning to get things warmed up and loosened up. But here's the status. We are on hold right now because of the weather situation. We're on hold until at least 2 p.m. We will assess and determine what our moves are after that. Lunch is still scheduled for 1 o'clock. Obviously, we're not going to give our awards for the bracket races, but car show awards, everybody got their ballots in. We've counted the ballots, so that's where we're at. So, again, we're on hold, and just relax a little bit. Come on up to the Champions Club whenever you would like to. And 1 o'clock, we will be serving lunch, and we'll regroup and reassess at 2. Appreciate your patience. For you folks that have been hanging out online, appreciate you hanging out as well. Again, we're going to be on hold here for another hour or so as far as on-track activities. It is lunchtime here at the event, so for you folks online, stay tuned, and for you folks here on the property, come on over. It's time for lunch. Okay, let's try that. All right, racers, here's the deal. We believe that we're going to have a good window here to run this afternoon. And we're going to try to take care of all of our elimination rounds for our brackets and our index categories. And yes, we are going to be in hot lap mode. So we will start at 3 p.m. That is the plan. We will start at 3 p.m. We will start out with the bracket class. The bracket class will go first. Then it'll be 950, 90, 850. So it'll be bracket class 950, 90, and 850. For those of you in the unlimited category, you're a small enough group that we're going to hold off on you guys. So we're going to run several categories through multiple rounds before we come back to you. That way we can get optimal traction, the most heat into the track. And that's why we're hot lapping you as well, to build heat and keep heat in the racetrack. But again, we're looking at 3 o'clock for that to happen. Now, when we get to the bracket category, it's going to be first round will be a random pairing. We have cards up here, and we will determine your competitor once we get you up here into the staging lanes based on a random draw. From round 2 on, we will be laddered based on the results of round number 1. So that's the way that's going to work. That'll be true for all of the categories. But first round will be random draw. Part of that's because when we put the ladders together yesterday, it was based on qualifying, and we didn't have everybody here. They either didn't come up and make a run or they weren't here yet. So it skewed the ladders that we had put together from yesterday. So we'll scrap that, and we'll go to random pairing, first round based on a card draw. Then round 2 and on will be on the ladder. Hopefully that makes sense to you. Ashlyn will be back in the staging lanes to help get you all paired up. If you're in the bracket category, you will need to put a dial in on the car. That's your performance prediction. Bracket, handicap start, breakout rules apply. Breakout rules apply. So if you dial a 1040, for example, and you go 1035, you broke out. If you break out and your opponent does not, your opponent wins. If you break out and your opponent breaks out or goes too quick based on the performance prediction, then whoever was closer to their performance prediction, that will be who wins. That's the way the breakout rule applies. It's also true for our index categories because the quote-unquote dial-in is predetermined at either 9.50 seconds, 9.00 seconds, or 8.500 seconds, depending on which category you're in. That is your index. If you go under it, it's a breakout. Breakout rules apply. A red light is the first violation, and it negates whatever you run at the top end. It will be handicap start in the bracket category based on the dial-in you put on the window. We need that dial-in to be visible by our computer operator up here in the tower, and she sits just to the right of the tunnel. So please keep that in mind. You need the dial-in to be on the right side and also the back window of your race car. So all that's happening in a little while. Unlimiteds, when we get to you, you will be run heads up, no time on the boards. But it is heads up, first one to the finish line will be the winner. Handicap Pro Tree again for the bracket categories. Heads Up Pro Tree for the index categories. And for our unlimited no time. Hopefully that makes sense. In any case, we are at 2:30 right now. We plan on running at 3 o'clock, getting ready to start our track prep in earnest out there, as we'll be running the tractors, the rotator. We'll put down spray, and we'll get this track in the best condition we can for you here in round 1 of eliminations. And again, we're in eliminations mode until we crown all of our winners. So that means we will be hot lapping you. If you're a winner in your category, wait for your category call, as we will be calling you up in groups. But we will start out with the brackets. I want to put the first pair in the water box at 3 p.m., so stand by for your call to the lanes. For the bracket category, that will happen at 2:50 p.m. That is 19 minutes from now. Meantime, I want to turn the music back on. You guys can relax and rest for just a few minutes, but be ready to go racing at 3 o'clock. you're looking at right there. See it? Yep. Well, all right. We are up here in the tower right now. I'm Warren. This is Tim Godby over here. Tim's the head man with the Legion of Demons, Legion of Mopars. You see it right down there on the bottom of the screen, the Legion of Demons and the fastest mopars on earth.com. And we've had a little bit of a bump in the road here today, but looks like we're getting ready to get around that.
Yeah, it had a couple of clouds come in and give us a little bit of water drops, and we can't be running those cars on that, so
no,
they're getting us squared away.
Yeah, not at all. This one thing about this track is when it's right, it is spectacular, but it's all concrete, and it is smooth as a billiard table, and it doesn't take very much moisture to give you some challenges out there, and we certainly don't want to put a $100,000 car in the wall.
Yeah, no, especially when they're putting 1,000 horsepower or better to the ground, so you don't want to do that. True.
Not at all. So let's go back a little bit. I know we got a little bit of time here before we go into our elimination rounds, but let's talk a little bit about the Legion of Demons and the organization itself and how it came to be and what you guys do now moving forward as a group.
Originally, we, if you remember when the 2018 Demon came out, so many of us had a Demon, and we were going to our local tracks, and, you know, on any test and tune night, you'd get maybe 2 passes, you know, and if you went to an actual race day, it's like it'd be hours upon hours. You'd never really get any time, but then the issue would be is we really didn't know how to drive the car. And our goal originally was we were a bunch of racers that were racing in Dan's thing at Modern Street Hemi Shootout and several other little things that were going on. And we got together and said, hey, how about let's just do our own track rental? Well, in the midst of doing that, I decided, I was like, hey, they got a Viper Club? Let's have a little a Legion of Demons. Let's have a Demon Club. So we built the Legion of Demons on that, and went from there. Our first event, which was the first gathering in 2019, was designed to teach the Demon owners how to drive the car, get experience in it, get lots of passes, and by the time we had the event, one of the main goals that we had was most of us needed to or wanted to be in a 9-second car, you know, at least get in the 9 seconds where, you know, the factory was saying the car was 9.65. It still took us another year and a half of having the events being together to figure it out in order to get to the 9.65 on a regular basis, which the cars do. It's just a matter of putting the car in the environment that it needs to be in order to be able to run that. So there we created it that way. Over the years, it's progressed to where we added more different Mopar cars because our friends who had Demons had shops, and then they had, you know, Chargers and all kinds of other cars with lots of power. They wanted to bring them and test them and play with them too. So then we just opened it up. And then recently we just started with the Demon 170, and a lot of the same original Legion of Demons founding cars, those guys got D170s. So here we are with nearly, I think 27, 28, almost 30 D170s on the property, you know, along with the OG 2018 Demons. Here we are running this thing, and that's the direction we're going right now, is just keep this core group having a good time and learning the car, so when we go back to our local areas, we can race good.
So I remember we've talked about this in the past when the original, the OG 2018 Demon came out. There were a limited number, right? There was 30. Was there 3,300? Is that the right?
3,300.
3,300.
Yeah, 3,000 U.S., 300 Canadian. I'm almost positive, but yeah, that's what it is.
So with the new Demon, the 2023, the D170,
Correct.
is it also a limited run?
It is a limited run 3300. Same
Oh.
exact thing.
Just to match.
Yep.
Okay. And they're not making any more of them. Is that correct?
Yeah. Okay. Whatever.
I'm just
They're-
asking. 'Cause I don't
Dodge
know.
is all electric. Yeah. Right. Roger. Okay.
Yeah.
In 3 or 4 or 5 years, whatever will sell, they're going to build, and they're gonna make us happy. They're not making us happy now, which I wish they were, but we'll see. Hopefully, everything will be good. Hang on a second.
So the PA question was, have I called anybody to the lanes yet? The answer to that is no. I have not called anybody to the lanes yet.
And they should not be in the lanes.
And they should not be in the lanes. Be patient. We've got another 5 or 6 minutes before we call anybody up here, although that does sure sound like a race car directly below my feet. I'm not sure what's going on there.
It certainly is. Anxious.
So people,
It'll be what it is.
it'll be what it is.
Yes.
So this is more of a general question than Dodge specific, but the Camaro's no longer in production. The Dodge Challenger no longer in production, correct?
That's correct.
And they do make Ford Mustangs, although
Yes.
there's kind of a mom wagon version of that thing.
Yeah, that's sort of crazy looking thing.
Yeah. What do you see in the muscle car space moving forward? Do you think there's anything out there in the pipeline, or are we going to be a culture full of SUVs?
So you want me to tell you what we hope, or what I personally, my opinion, I hope will happen? I hope that the leadership that just changed will figure out that where the money was is V8s, Hemis, and the such. Is it a different version, different block, different this, whatever? But we want power. We don't want that other stuff. We want to be able to stop at our gas station and get our gas and go on about our business. God bless all those that don't. You do your thing, but us, we love the V8. V10, go ahead. How about this? This is what I say. How about y'all figure out how to take that Hurricane and Siamese it together with another Hurricane and twin turbo a nice V12 6-liter, and then we will talk. Why don't y'all do that? And that'll be the new direction we go. That would make us happy. Why not?
Yeah.
That'd be a good 1,100 horsepower ride. But anyway, so we want more power, more efficiency. I mean,
Sure.
like we talked yesterday. I can set my car on my 2018 Demon on cruise control, and just not bother it, and the car will get 21 miles to the gallon.
That's amazing to me.
840 horsepower, it would do it. So as far as, not wanting to speak for everybody in our community, because there are some of our people in our community that love the electric. They're already playing with it, tweaking it, doing whatever. There's some of them doing the same thing with the Hurricane. But it just isn't the same. It's
not the
just
same.
Absolutely not the same. And I hope that somebody listens and makes these people happy, all of us.
Well, as a gearhead by heart, I hope so as well. We're going to take a look at the racetrack out there as they're continuing to prep it. And actually, at this point, tractors have come off. I think we're getting ready to maybe lay down a lap of spray out here. So if you're in the bracket race, stand by. We're going to call you to the lanes in just a couple of minutes for your round number 1. That'll be coming up. So besides let's go back to this camera. So besides this event, which happens once a year, what
Correct.
other activities do you have as a group?
Well, this goes back to a macro situation. When we first started, we did 4 and 5 events a year. It slowly dwindled because of participation down to this one. And that's showing across the board at tracks and races everywhere, I believe, because we're all in the same boat. Tracks are going away, and they're selling to some logistics company or housing developer or whatever.
Right.
And it's just starting the economy was crushing the racing industry to where you just couldn't do what you wanted to do anymore. But there's a sunrise, and the sun feels warm, and hopefully deregulation, plentiful and bountiful amounts of oil production, and restrictions on outside forces on our world in the United States. Hopefully, the next few years we're going to have a great time with racing, and it starts to expand a little bit more than what it's been doing. It's been contracting for several years. Hopefully, it can start expanding, and then we would probably do more.
Right.
I think it's all about participation. If you didn't have the people to come out, then you can't do it. And racing's a luxury, if you will, for a lot of people. Like, it's their fun thing to do.
Well, and I know we've talked about it before, but the anchor event, the one that's on the schedule every year, is the one in Texas. And
that is correct.
What is the thought process about why we do this, when we do it, and where we do it?
Boost. DA boost. So when we first started, went back in 2018 when we were dreaming this stuff up, we were thinking about when we would do it. And the one thing that you noticed is that bad DA, you just didn't do it. It didn't cut it for the car. It just wouldn't run. So we had to find a place and a time and weather conditions that would match what Dodge did, because they spent an enormous amount of money on the original Demon, testing it, going all over the country for a long time. And they finally hit the holy grail of weather in a location with that was its location was basically sea level, and they were able to get great numbers. And that's what these cars love, and that's what we were doing in the original one. So Texas, turns out, it's in the middle of the country. Everybody can get to it reasonably, right?
Yes.
So it's in the middle of the country. The whole country can participate. We can get everybody here. The altitude of the tracks are reasonably low. It's not like Colorado and
Right.
other places. And the DA in January is excellent. But like today, you're doing a little gambling,
Right.
and you gotta get the DA and the weather in between the little pieces of bad weather, and that's what we do. We try and play our cards right to where we can get some great runs.
Well, I do have to say, yesterday was a beautiful day.
Yeah, it was warm.
Today, it's okay. It's not as nice as it was yesterday, but still, I mean, it is second week of January, right?
Right.
And we're racing in 50-degree weather, so
Yeah.
that is a positive. Not every place in the country's got that. And so we're pretty fortunate to get to take the opportunity to take advantage of that. Right.
That is
now.
correct.
So,
Well, right now I see shadows, and to me, shadows means there's a sun shining behind us.
yes.
And
It's
that means
peeking
that
through the
clouds.
clouds.
Yeah, it means the clouds are pushing away a little bit, and the track's going to get some sunlight, and that means it's going to get some heat in it, and we'll be able to run.
Well, that's exactly what we need to have happen. And speaking of getting ready to run, being able to run, the traction compound sprayer sits in the water box right now, and they're getting ready to run it down the track. So, as promised, here's our call to the lanes. We need bracket cars. If you're in the bracket competition, we need bracket cars to the staging lanes now. Ashland will take care of getting you paired up. It is random pair for first round. We'll go off of a ladder beginning on the second round. But bracket racing, round number 1, we need you now to the staging lanes. Bracket cars to lanes 1 and 2. Bracket cars to lanes 1 and 2. Ashland will be back there to get you set up, get you paired up, and get you ready to go down the track. So, are you running in the bracket competition?
I had my car registered to do it, but we're on a time crunch with the eliminations because there's a lot of cars that are wanting to do no time and unlimited. Basically, they're 6-second cars, whatever.
Right.
And they don't want to participate in the running, but I don't need to run. I don't need to add that extra minute and a half of running time and all the rest of that stuff. So I'm good. I'm quite all right. I got, as we said before, over 2,800 passes on my car. I'm not worried about it one bit.
That's amazing. 2,800 passes.
I don't give a shit what anybody else says. A Dodge Demon is the thing to have if you're going to go to the drag strip. If you learn the car, you have got something in your hands, my friend.
Yeah, learning the car is part of it. I saw you in there, and we actually went through several. It's got that computer in the dash. It's got all those controls right there.
Right. And
you can basically make that car do almost anything you want it to do.
Yeah, you got 3 different modes. You got 3 different horsepowers. Well, let's see. Yeah, 3 different horsepowers. You had the 500 horsepower mode, 800, 808, and 840 on the OG 2018 Demon, I'm saying. So depending on the fuel you have, depending on the track you got, depending on what you want to do, if you want a bracket race or you want an all-out heads-up race or whatever, you've got a vehicle that is designed so well to be able to consistently run a number day in and day out. And you don't have, I'm telling you, 2,800 passes, nothing. Yeah. Nothing. The things that I had warranty on my car were, I had a rear end whining from the day I got it. And I was just like, all right, I've had enough. The warranty's fixing to go out. I want the rear end to stop whining. And it took 2 of them, but it was one, and then a week later, I was like, nope, that's not it. So give me another one.
Right.
And then they gave me one that was quiet, and I was like, oh, this is good. This is where it's supposed to be, right?
Right.
And at any rate, relatively speaking, they got it right. So that's the only thing that I've replaced on that car, but it wasn't because it broke. It wasn't because,
it just wasn't right from the beginning.
Oh yeah, no, it is just making noise. It was sort of like your dash was delaminated or something, and you just got a warranty replacement on it. But no, if you have a chance to buy a Demon out there, anybody, if you have a chance to buy a Demon and you like to drag race, just play around the 10-second range and 970s and all that stuff. Do it. That car will make you happy.
I know that racers love that consistency and love that kind of performance. Before we talk anymore,
okay, go ahead.
Once again, we need to make a call to the staging lane or to the pit area. We need bracket cars. This is first round of eliminations. We're about 5 minutes away from putting cars in the water box. So, bracket cars, we need you to lanes 1 and 2. Now, you said if you can get a Demon, you should do it. What's
yes?
What's the aftermarket like for Demons? Are they out there? Are they available? And
the 2018 Demons started coming available pretty regular once the 2023 Demons came online. And if it was a lot of the original owners that did a VIN match like we talked about yesterday, I'm pretty sure they're keeping them. But there are some guys who had VIN match, with no miles on any of them, which I completely do not understand why anybody would own these cars and not freaking drive them. I got you. God bless you. You're going to invest. That's fine. But you just got to drive this car. You got to be able to giggle a little bit, That's my personal amusement ride is all that is. But they're available now more so than they were a year and a half, 2 years ago because of the economy being low, that people were holding on to them. But they're in the ballpark of a one. Like if you've got a used one, it's still pulling $120,000, $130,000, and they were $80-something thousand, MSRP. So it's the first car I ever owned that went up in value and stayed.
So they appreciate in value then.
Yes, sir, they did.
That's well, they're not making any more of them.
No,
so
that's true.
That's got a lot to do with it. And of the 33 that were originally built and sold, about how many are like still in service, roughly?
Okay, so Legion of Demons has about 15% have been members, about 15% of those. But those are the 15% that we've had are guys that are racing them, right?
Right.
That we don't have the collector car show crowd. We have the drag guys. We have the
Makes
guys that
sense.
are using
Yes.
them. So that's why we don't have this huge, like, thousands and thousands of members. Well, we've got 300-400, but that's been in the club. But that group of people are still running our cars. I don't know of any of the collectors that would even get them out of the wrapper, right? So I bet you there's probably 2,500.
Yeah.
That 2,500 of those cars, they got less than 5,000 miles on them.
That's crazy.
And you could probably go 2,000 of those, maybe 1,800 are less than that. I mean, like 1,000 miles. I've known one of our members, Eric Brumley, years ago. I'm telling you, 2 or 3 years after he was he'd drive from Pennsylvania to the track in Texas in the Demon with all his clothes, extra tires, everything, hit a deer. I mean,
my.
So that Demon is definitely one that's been was a monster. So if we have the video, if anybody goes back and looks at one of those years, I can't remember if it was Return of the Demons or what, but he got out there. He showed up at the track. He showed up and had all that stuff in that car in street tires, and he took off from the line to get a number. And I bet you that thing smoked all the way through the quarter mile, putting 2 strips on the street tires. So there's a car right there with Eric's car that had, last time I knew, 50, 60,000 miles on it, right? And he drove it every day. And then you got my car that has less than 4,000 miles, but all I do is drive it here.
Right.
So I'd say that about 30 or 40, just going off recollection, have been crashed of the 2018s that I can remember, and then the rest are in a storage or in a collection or running here.
Next class is 9:50. I'll have them call
We're getting a little radio chatter out there, and so looks like our bracket cars are back there, so we're getting ready to go. So we'll go ahead and swing the camera back around here, look at the racetrack. Bracket cars, final call. If you're not there, you are late. Your final call has been given for brackets. We'll take 950 to lanes, 950 to the lanes, so we can get you paired up and ready to go.
That's because he's a sponsor.
All right, 950 cars. We'll take you to lanes 6, 7, 8, and 9. Lanes 6, 7, 8, and 9 for 950. All right, so Tim, looks like we're getting ready for action here.
Yeah, when the phones start going off, radios start going off, and you and I can't have our BS session no
That's
more.
right. It's we gotta
back to
get
business.
Back to business. But
That's going right now. I'm gonna be off for a sec.
all right. Well,
All right.
I'll let you get out of here. We'll talk later on in the day.
All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you. All right, I hear motors directly below me. And we're going to start out with Ricky Holcomb and Mike Mahoney. So this is the point in the day where you've made plenty of passes. You should know what your race car will run. And you get to put a number on the window and pick your performance prediction. You see it up on the scoreboards right now. Ricky Holcomb left out of Cedar Park, Texas. His Demon over here on the left-hand side in the A1 collision lane is dialed a 983. Mike Mahoney, right side, Louisville, Texas. The White Demon over here on the right. He's got a 990 on the window. That will be a handicap start. We're still running a Pro Tree, handicap start. So the tree will count down, or flash, actually, since it's a Pro Tree, 0.07 of a second difference in the handicap. Mike Mahoney gets to go first over on the right side of the track. Now, it all comes down to reaction time as well. And the driver's got to be skilled on both ends. And it's a red light start for Mike Mahoney. So he tried to anticipate what the tree was going to do. And he jumped the start. He was 111 red. Automatic win goes to Ricky Holcomb. He goes 980 on his 83 dial. He goes under by 3, but that's okay. He had the win because of the red light. Mike Mahoney, 10-14 at 137. Chris Ulanowitz over on the left-hand side this time around out of Savannah, Texas. He's dialed at a 1099. That means he'll get a head start of about 1.3 seconds over Paul Beckwith. Beckwith predicts a 970 over on the right-hand side. So Chris goes first. Paul will be on the chase.
Yeah, I'm back now.
Tim is back. He's going to call some of the action, and you've done the bracket race before. You've also probably bracket raced back home a little bit.
Yes, sir.
In your Demon. What's that like? Tell me.
Well, there are some very efficient people out there, like Chris on the left lane. He's on the brakes already, and he's a cunning little guy. Go ahead.
Yeah, Chris has done this a time or two before. He had a reaction time advantage by about 0.3 of a second, which helped a bunch, and so he broke out his opponent, and Chris got down there and stood on the brakes and nosed across to take the win.
Yeah, I believe he is actually the bracket champion with Modern Street Image Shootout as well.
Well, like I said, he's done it a time or two, and this
Yeah.
is a deal. This category is one where you don't have to be the fastest. You just got to be the best on both ends. Cole Godby coming up now. 12 flat, the dial in on the 300C over on the left. He'll get the head start by more than 2 seconds. Robert Glaspie will be on the chase, dialed in at a 983. We're going to make sure that everything is good. We're going to back Cole out. Not sure if we're trying to enforce some courtesy staging here or just what's going on.
Yeah, I think that he rolled a little forward on that.
Yeah, he was fully staged before Robert got up there. So I don't know if Cole has ever bracket raced before or not. Has Cole bracket raced?
I don't think he actually really bracket raced. I think he just raced last time that we were here. This will be the first time actually doing it.
So Cole about to get a driving lesson.
Yep.
Although not terrible.
Well, he put a 12-0 on his window, so yep.
How about that?
Yep.
The double breakout. This time around, he broke out by less, 1198. He goes under by 0.02 of a second. His opponent, 979 on the 983, goes under by 0.04 of a second.
All right, so that 300C has just broke 12 second for the first time.
Is that
he
right?
He is going to be tickled that he did that and won the round, even though he broke out.
How much gas did he have to run out of that to get it into the 11-second race?
I just put my Demon blend in that car, so that may be what did it.
Well, whatever it takes.
There you go, and I see Aaron with his Kratos out there.
Dan Pianfetti and Mark Itzstein coming up now. Dan was one of our award winners in the best appearing earlier today, trying to go 10 flat. And the 990 for Mark Itzstein. That is a 1/10 of a second handicap going to the left in the win light on a very close race down there. 10.06 on the 10 flat for Pianfetti to get the win over Itzstein's 10.05 on the 990.
Aaron Miller. I don't know. Did he put a number on it?
950. 950. We need you to the lanes now. 950. We need you to the lanes. Lanes 6, 7, 8, and 9. 950 to lanes 6, 7, 8, and 9. We'll take 9.0 category cars to lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. 9.0 category cars to lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. This is Aaron Miller, correct?
Yes, sir. That is Aaron.
Aaron is in the Viper. We've seen this car run before.
Yes, sir. That's his car. I think he calls it Kratos.
Kratos. And we've got him as a no time, so we're not going to see anything up on the scoreboard.
That is correct. I can just make all the wows and funny sounds as it goes through the traps.
Yes. Well, these cars are amazing.
Oh, it is something else to see a street car. If it sticks, it's going to be good.
It was good up till it wasn't.
Yep.
Let's put it that way.
I don't know what happened there, whether he backed out or.
A little backfire, I think, through the wastegate because that's a turbo car.
Yep.
Right?
Yep.
And it's a little pop and a bang. But that is the first time we've seen him this weekend, so I expect he'll be back up.
Yeah, he's probably just doing 60 foots to get it ironed out.
Yeah. And pretty stout to the 60. He went 125 to the 60, actually. It might be a little bit lazy for that car.
It is. It's very lazy.
But he's got today and tomorrow to kind of figure it out.
That is true. Yes, sir.
So 950 category will be up next. It's a little bit different than what we saw in the bracket category because this is an index class. And that means everybody is trying to run against a predetermined index of 9.5 seconds.
That is correct. So in this, if you're not aware of how it works, basically we set a number of 950 for this class. Some cars can go a little bit faster than that. That's the test. That's the game of this. And you both do heads up 400 Pro Tree heads up launch, and the idea is get as close to 9500 as you possibly can without breaking out. And here's Cole Godby with his 1198.
I can't tell if
He
he's
come up here to
happy
tell-
or
he come up here to-
exasperated or he's a little. He's
He
doing
was
the
excited.
shaky hand.
No, I got down the track and I had the radio going and I heard you say both breakouts and went, damn it.
Well, the good thing is that you broke out less than Bob did, and you got the win, and you're back around to run the next round. But the thing that I'm very proud of is the fact that you got 1198
Yeah, quarter tank.
on a quarter tank. But that fuel got you down the road.
Yeah.
Do you want me to drop down the bracket or the ladder for the bracket class?
So once again, 950. 950 should be out there in the staging lanes getting paired up. 9.0, we will take you to lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4, if I remember correctly.
Yes, sir. I believe that's what you said earlier.
Yep. Bracket guys, we're going to be bringing you right back up here pretty quick, so be ready to go. As soon as we run one cycle of everybody, we'll be back to round number 2. And you will be laddered, so that means it won't be random. Your opponent will be already predetermined for you Ashlyn will tell you who you're running.
I jumped out of the chair too quick, didn't I?
That's okay. I will point out to my left, if you look, what is that?
That is Blue Sky.
Blue sky coming our way.
That
You can
is
see it a
all
lot
we
better
need.
on the camera out there, but that's what we've been waiting for all day, and we're glad that it's finally making an appearance.
Yep.
As we need blue skies to get through the rest of our day. And I'll be honest, at 11 o'clock, I wasn't too sure we were going to get to this spot.
I was worried that big green cloud was getting bigger.
Yep, certainly was, but all right, final call for 950 category cars. Final call for 950 cars to lanes 6, 7, 8, and 9. 9-0 cars, we need you to lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. I believe 9-0 is our biggest class out of everybody that we've got.
Yes, sir. That's where all the Demon 170s are sitting. They are definitely a 9-index platform. That thing is just, it tickles that 90899 like crazy.
Yeah, I've seen quite a lot of those numbers.
Yes, sir. What's amazing is that again, it's so consistent. I mean, it's like, as long as it hooks, the track can get it right, and they hook, it's going to be a 9-0. And in these conditions, we might see 9-1s, because of the water grains being so high and the DA being up a little bit. But in like we had yesterday with Tally's number, he got 8-8. 8-8. Excuse me, he got 8-8s in his car, which is, hello, that's good. Right? So it is the largest. I think we got 26 or 27 that actually are going to be in the race.
Sounds like our 950 cars are going to be coming up. I think we've got 5 or 6 of those cars coming up under the tower, but the 9-0 cars will be right behind them.
That is correct.
That means 850 heavyweights, you're going to be on standby. We'll be calling your category up here in just a minute. Going to air density on the line here, which is kind of a favorite for the drag racing community. It says we're at 61.5 degrees right now with a barometer of 2968, corrected barometer. The wind, though, is pretty stout out there, 34 miles an hour out there out of the southwest. The density altitude, because there's moisture in the air and the temperature itself, the density altitude is 1362 above sea level.
Yep.
Which would make sense, right, based on what we've seen over the past few hours?
That's correct. And that's just the unfortunate part about the clouds. They also bring moisture, and moisture brings, higher DA numbers, just the way things work. But what we want is extremely dry, cold air, about 52 degrees. That would be perfect.
So last and final call for 950. We're going to run you if you're not here. Sorry. Not real sorry, but sorry.
Yeah, we got to keep moving. Got to roll.
That's right. We got to roll. Do they want 850?
Are we going around 850? Do you want to finish that bracket?
So once again, 950, we're going right now. If you're not up here, you're missing it. 9-0. Final call to the lanes for 9-0 cars. Need to hustle up here so we can get you paired up. 9-0, final call to the lanes. Final call for 9-0. $8.50, we will take you to lanes 6, 7, 8, and 9. $8.50, we will take you to lanes 6, 7, 8, and 9. So we have a big field of 9-0 cars. Again, your final call, 9-0. Final call has been given, 9.50. As soon as TJ gets done with his last little touch-up attraction compound out there, we will be ready for you. And I hear cars below me here in the tower. All right, to the water box right now. Green versus green, left and right. Eric Taylor on the left, Jessica Sipple on the right. And as we've been mentioning sponsors, here are two of them. $9.50 up on the scoreboards. $9.50 index coming at you right now. Eric Taylor, left side, Elon, North Carolina. Right side, Jessica Sipple out of Mooresville, North Carolina. Boy, these two came an awful long way to race against each other, side by side. And a couple of your sponsors for this event.
That is correct. Both of them were sponsors.
Yep, so it's great to see participation from them. Again, 9-0, you should be there. Your final call's already been given. $8.50 to lane 6, 7, 8, and 9. $8.50 to 6, 7, 8, and 9. Bracket cars, you're on standby for round 2. Let's see who can drive both ends of the track. Neither one of them got close to breaking out. Jessica Sipple gets the win.
Well, I must say this much. Eric threw sparks when he landed that one.
Well, I think he's loving this new ride. He went 9.62. He was quicker of the two.
Well,
But
yeah,
reaction time got him. And Jessica's 9.74 got the job done by about 5 feet at the finish line. Here's Jody Jarvis once again. One of our sponsors, Jarvis Tire Pro. He's over on the left out of Navasota, Texas. Eric Mallon from San Antonio.
another sponsor.
Another sponsor.
So this must be the sponsors.
Yeah, we'll call this sponsor
eliminations.
category. Yes.
Yeah, they're eliminating each other.
So which company is Eric with?
He is GSR Boustain, and Jody is Jarvis Tire.
Right.
The previous race, Eric was Dancing Chicken, and Dancing Chicken Racing, and of course Jessica Sipple was Sipple's Speed.
So Jody sets the nose down there. He knew what he had to do. 9:58 at 128. Eric was better off the starting line, but had a little tire spin there before the 60, as he actually kind of started out a little bit outside the groove, and so he fell off pace by about a second. So that gives the win to Jody. Final car in category, Jim Marino out of Lake Havasu City, Arizona. Getting set to pull up here. Again, 950 is the number. We'll bring 3 cars back. 850. We'll take you to 6, 7, 8, and 9. 850, 6, 7, 8, and 9. This is your second call to the lanes. We'll also take bracket cars. Bracket cars for round 2. Come on back. Ashlyn is back there with the ladder. We'll get you paired up and matched up, as your opponent's already been determined by the laddering process. Jim off the line. He picked up the wheels just a little bit, kind of dangled them out there. How about a 949.8? 2 thou from being a perfect 950. 949.8 at 128 miles an hour, and that speed indicates he was off the throttle before he got to the finish line, going 949. How about that?
Yes, sir.
So Marino, best of category, with a 2 thou under breakout. Coming up next, this is the 9.0 category, biggest of the day so far.
Yeah, this is basically tuned Hellcats, tuned Demons, and tuned 2018 Demons, and stock 2023 D170s. There are, I just found out that there are several of them that decided not to run their car in this. They still want to do test and tune. They don't want to like compete. So there'll be a variation of cars right now of the the Demon 170s. Let's see if Miss Marge is one of the ones. 'Cause I see.
So Marge Hidings, yeah.
Yeah, I see Mark standing out there, so I think Marge may be one of the first cars.
So look at that best number. You know, the computer keeps track of what your best ET is. Marge went 899 with a 9. That's about as close as you can get without hitting the number.
Yep. And she's been racing recently a lot, and they've been working with her as far as the times and everything else. So she's going to be tough. She is going to be tough in this one.
Well, she's got Trip Carter over here on the left-hand side out of Rossville, Tennessee, the Chicken Man.
And he's no stranger to drag racing, I can tell you that.
Well, as soon as we get our starting line traction compound kind of dried up out there, you know, when it goes down, it's wet, and sometimes we got to give it a little nudge there with the blower to get it dried up and penetrate into that rubber. But so far, from what I've seen through our first couple of categories, the starting line's in great shape.
Yes, it is.
And people are able to run the number that they predict.
Eric's launch just a minute ago is probably the highest D170 launch, because when he came down, there were sparks coming out from under that car. So I hope the car's all right. But yeah, it's definitely on point today. TJ's got it right.
Well, a little undercarriage scrape is okay. Oil pan scrape, different story.
Yeah.
We saw that yesterday.
Yes, we did. Alex has got his car fixed, and he is going to come back around again.
That's fantastic.
Yep.
Looking forward to seeing that.
He doesn't know if he messed up the alignment yet, but he's –
Well,
I told him, I said, you have got to get some bars on that thing. That thing is just not meant to be standing up that high.
well, it was impressive. Like you said, you could read the VIN number from back here in the tower.
Yeah, he about was vertical.
So Trip on the left, Marge on the right, 9 flat, 900. The index on the scoreboard, Pro Tree start. It'll be heads up Pro Tree start. And the combination of the best reaction time and closest to the 9 flat will turn on a win light.
Marge is messing with him.
It's part of her racing training.
Look at that.
Yep. Good reaction times for both. Marge, 9:03 at 151 for the win. Beats Trip's 9:05 at 151.
2 thousandths.
2 thousandths of a second. 6 thousandths or 600ths margin of victory at the top end for Marge Hidings. Rob Kripe, Catherine Kasiba coming up now. Kripe from California. Catherine and Brad out of Louisville. She's taking her time to stage. She's been kind of doing that process. So Catherine, now she could still win this race. If Rob gets down there, doesn't realize she's there, he could break out, but that did not happen. 9:14 for Rob Kripe. I'm not sure exactly what we're doing here with Catherine. I guess we're just going to let her make a run.
Yeah, she's just making the run. She blew the launch.
Right.
She's been the whole time here has been working. This is her first time in the car. She's been working with the trans brake and trying to get it to work right so that she could do competition later. But those things, just like anything else, this is literally like her third pass in the car, fourth pass in the car. So
that is a new car.
That is yeah.
Is that a new 170?
That's a D170, yes.
Okay.
But Brad's been driving it, but now this is her first time. Yesterday was her first pass in the car, so.
Waiting patiently right now, this is Jake Simon out of Richfield, Wisconsin. Kind of backed off here to the side, and he'll be taking on Matt Martin. Martin out of Minnesota. Simon out of Wisconsin. Both of them out of the snow and the frost. Getting set to pull them in the water box right now. They'll do their burnouts and then set their sights on a 9-flat run to the top end.
In the Jake Simon car, I believe that is Ron Silva at the wheel for him.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Because I see Jake out there.
Was that Jake on the outside of the wall?
I believe so.
Okay.
Maybe not. No, that's Tally's buddy. But I was told that Ron's going to race that car.
Okay.
We'll see in just a minute. I'll find out and double check for you.
Well, the computer says Jake Simon. And
Let's go.
I'm kind of like Ron Burgundy.
Yeah.
If you put it on the teleprompter, that's
You got to read it now. That's fine.
that's all I gotta
awesome.
say.
Hey, no worries.
Yeah.
No worries.
So something doesn't look right about that race. Matt Martin was 0.53 on the tree. Best reaction time of the entire race so far. Jake Simon was 2.99, but by the time they got to the 60-foot marker, Martin was already having trouble, giving Simon the win.
Well, it looks to me like from the track that he left on the racetrack there is that it pulled to the left on him, and he backed out of it and then got back in it.
Okay, that makes sense. Tally Garibay coming up now out of Laredo, Texas, left side, and Mark Haas on the right from St. Louis. Pair of silver demons rolling up here, left and right. Now, visually, can you tell from the back if it's a D170 or a demon? Because that's our vantage point.
So you look at the splitter, not the splitter, the
spoiler?
The spoiler, and you see the demon over here on the right.
Yeah.
It's got the little dip in it.
Yeah.
And the new one is more like a Hellcat Red Eye.
So it's a flat.
So it's flat across there. So if you see a demon badge on the front, plus from the back of a D170, you see a wheel well flare on the rear, but you see a regular straight side Hellcat front on a D170. Whereas, like Craig's car right here, it has the flares like a wide body up front and back.
Okay. Michael Pashos in 007, left side. That's definitely not a Demon. That's a Charger, right?
Yes, sir. That is. He got here a little late. Was able to get one test run in right before we stopped for weather. So this is, I believe, this is the second pass on the car here at the racetrack. So he says it'll do 9.0. Let's go, get it.
He's going to get every chance to do that.
See how good he is on the fly.
Had a little staging trouble there. It's like something is too low in the front end of that car. All right, we are staged and ready. Michael and Craig, left and right. Craig gets the jump off the starting line. Let's see what the number looks like. He found the brake pedal, slowed himself to a 9:13 to take the win on the right-hand side. Craig Bellavender, your winner. Michael, only a second pass down the track, 9:47 at 152.
He certainly would have been an 890, or what Craig would have been if he didn't hit the brakes.
Yes, absolutely. He had a lot of room out there, out on the front end. Now here, if I recall correctly, is your best appearing car. Over on the right-hand side, Angelo Rivera out of Deltona, Florida. The thing is clean as a pin, isn't it?
The left side, yes.
Yes, absolutely.
The white one.
It's just...
And Mike Mulder's running 0-216. But, yeah, Angelo's car is, I mean, is detailed to such a extent that it's just like, it's beautiful just sitting there, you know?
Absolutely. Yeah, it's well-deserved.
Yes.
You don't have to get too fancy or anything else.
Nope.
It is pristine. But out of here, as Mike Mulder takes the win, 9:12 to 9:14. Pretty close race all the way down the track, but 0.07 of a second difference at the top end, and Mike Mulder gets the win.
Well, Angelo did a good job, but Mike, I believe Mike won like his race class or whatever in California. So he's, I don't know if that's the red list or whatever or Irwindale or wherever he was racing at. He did an excellent job, and I believe he was top of the class out there. So Angelo did a good job against him.
Yeah, a lot of these guys don't really get the chance to do something like this bracket race, except at your event. I mean, you probably 50-50 between people that race them regularly versus only bracket race them when they come here.
That's right. I've got some people like, say, for instance, Sam Beagles. This is the only event that he runs his drag pack.
Is that right?
Yep. He won't even bring it out in the shed unless it's this. He does it here.
Well, yesterday, I will tell you what impressed me about Sam's first run. Right out of the box, right off the trailer, his reaction time was 001.
Yeah.
1,000 from a perfect light.
That's
in the drag pack.
The equipment, but it's also the equipment, right? So the drag pack is also a factory built, if you will, drag car that Dodge put out in 2021, and it's designed to basically put it on a trailer, carry it to NHRA, and go at it.
Right.
And that car's a 780, I think, is what they were running. I may be wrong, but I think it's 780s, and they were wanting to get good weather and good track conditions where they could get a 770 out of it. And again, that car has not been touched other than tuning and tires. That's it.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Bracket cars, you should be back there. We're getting you paired up for round number 2. Bracket cars, if you're not in the lanes, we need you now. Bracket cars to the lanes. 8:50, your final call's already been given. You should be all paired up and ready to go. Bracket cars for round 2. Back to the lanes. We're going to just run you round robin here until we get all of our eliminations completed in all of our categories. Next up, left side, rolling through the burnout right now, past the starting line. That's Jeremy Barrett out of Verona, Wisconsin. And Jerry Grimes, right side, Osika, Mississippi. That is, what's under the hood of that? That's a little different.
I don't know. I think that's the one that was running Cole yesterday, where
Yes.
Cole outran him for a second, and then whatever he did, he clicked off a 870. And,
Oh yes.
so we're about to see.
Okay.
It's a nice. I think it's a Hellcat, and it's built pretty good.
Well, it sounds like it's built pretty good. But the name of the game is 9 flat on the scoreboard.
That it is.
We're running 9-0 right now. All right, 921, your winner for Jeremy Barrett, taking out the 922 for Jerry Grimes. Man, that was another tight race. Hey, winners, let's just do this. All winners, when you win, come right back to the staging lane. So 950 and 90. When you win, come on back. Bracket cars, you should be there as well. So all winners, all classes, as soon as you win this round, come on back to the staging lanes. And for you folks that just got freaked out online, yes, that was a bug on the lens. Bob Davis, Andy McPherson. McPherson takes the win, and that was all on the starting line, as his 923 is better than the quicker but losing 910 for Bob Davis at 151 miles an hour. Reaction time about a quarter of a second advantage went to Andy McPherson. 950 back to the lanes, 9-0. Winners back to the lanes. 850, you should already be there. In brackets, you should already be there as well. And for our unlimited no time guys, you're on hold. You're on standby. We'll call you up in a little while.
Looks like a little water came out of the exhaust.
Yep, got a little out. I don't think it's from the air conditioning there. But
Yeah, these exhaust systems, and they sit overnight, and you don't do much with them, and they collect water. And if you don't have them weep holes, a lot of owners of the Challengers and the Chargers, they're like, why am I getting black spots on my driveway? Is that oil? And it's just the carbon out of the exhaust where the water's collecting and dripping. But anyway, that's just what it was when he took off.
So once again, just say this so that we're clear. All winners in all classes, if you win your round, come right back to the staging lane so we can repair you and get you going again. All winners, all classes, back to the lanes. So if you've already won your round of racing, come on back. If you win your round of racing, come on back. Rob Welch, Ben Blaylock. And Blaylock out of Tyler, Texas, over here on the right. He calls it the Warlock. Left side, tell me what you can about this little four-door car over here on the left.
Rob's Charger, I think he runs 870s, 880s, but he's slowing it down so he can run in a 9 index.
Well, the computer keeps track of best runs, and his best run of the weekend was a 9 flat, dead on the number. So
yeah, he's no slouch in the index or brackets either. Let's see if they can hit right on it.
Yeah, he was a little bit behind on the starting line.
Oh, he backed out.
Well, he fell off the pace. Blaylock didn't look like he slowed down there, so he was not aware of the situation. Could have broke out, but didn't. 9:20 at 147
Yeah.
for Blaylock to take the win. Rob Welch, 13:62, off the pace at 68.
I hope he's good. I hope nothing's wrong with it. I hope he just backed out of it.
Yeah, I hope you're right as well. Tim Mikulajczyk coming up now out of Elizabeth, North Carolina, left side. And John Plogue over there on the right from Nebraska. Again, 9 flat is what we're running here in round number 1. Bracket cars, you should all be there. Final call for bracket cars.
Get in there, Tim. There you go. Oh, he broke loose on the right.
So Plogue's got his hands full. And Tim Mikulajczyk gets the win off the throttle, 9:22 at only 135 miles an hour. Plogue was trying to make up the difference. You saw he slipped a little bit on the starting, or just past the starting line. 9:81, not going to get the job done. Harrison Beagles coming up now. Harrison was having a little trouble getting staged yesterday. In fact, he would roll through and not get a time on the time slip, but once he did, by golly, that thing ran.
That he did.
Harrison out of Mansfield, Texas. You see Sammy out there alongside the car. Brad Moose from Belleville, Illinois.
He got out that time.
Yes, he did. And finish line, though, goes to Brad Moose. How about a 9:04?
He come back around on him on that
155
one.
miles an hour. Yes, he did. He was behind off the starting line, but drove around him at the top. Goes 4 over the number, 9:04 at 155 miles an hour. Larry Rose and Jason Cohen coming up now. Larry out of Newburgh, Indiana. Jason Cohen from Grand Junction, Colorado. And Jason had a little good fortune at our drivers' meeting and lunch today. Tell us about that memorial thing that you do.
Okay. Back when we started this thing, we had a man in Houston, Texas, with the track that lived real close to the track. Anything we needed to get ready, and we needed to truck people's cars in, he would rent sheds and store people's cars for them so that they could fly in and be at our event. Ray Zagrafos, he was just a great guy, and he was, as far as I know, on Nittos in a race setting, he was the fastest stock Dodge Demon in a race setting with the factory tires in the 968 is what he ran, which is very, very good on that car. But he passed away years ago, and one of the things that he always tried to do is those that wanted to come and couldn't come, he would pay their way or do whatever, right? So when he passed away, we came up with a thing called Ray's Free Ride, and those for 30 days when we first opened up entry, those that enter, it's a discounted rate. However, those that enter in those 30 days are entered into the Ray Z drawing to get their entry fee returned. And what happens is every time we have a drawing of those that entered in those 30 days, and that's what we call our Ray's free ride, Ray's free ride, whatever, different versions of it. But we give the entry fee back. And Jason Cohen, I think Angelo Rivera's daughter reached in the bucket and pulled out a 45 casing with Jason Cohen's name on it. Since it's a Lone Star rival.
That part was unique in itself to pull out those 45 cases.
It's Lone Star rivals, so why not? You know,
Why not?
It's a Texas theme. but she pulled out that 45 shell casing, and it had Jason Cohen's name on it. So he gets his early entry fee returned to him.
That's a wonderful
So this
thing.
weekend's been free for him.
Well,
Other than the travel.
Well,
and
yeah,
all the
but-
other stuff that he has to do.
but that extra piece of it is pretty special, and I think that's cool. And the other thing that I noted, because you had some other awards that were memorial awards to from other people that have been a part of this and have since passed, is just remembering where you came from, remembering the people that were important to this to get things going, and
they were all part of making this thing happen.
Yes,
That's why
all of them
it's
were
just-
integral.
That's
Absolutely.
right. That's right. Very much so. After this race, we'll talk about two others.
Okay. So 850 is on the scoreboard now. The index has changed to 850, a little bit quicker. You guys call these the heavyweight cars. Why do you call them the heavyweights?
The nickname has rolled over from the Modern Street Hemi because a lot of these guys we race as in a regular season setting with the Modern Street Hemi guys, and they have a class called the heavyweight class. You have to. I'm gonna be wrong right now because I've never raced in it, but I'm thinking it's 4,400 pounds, I believe. The car has it, and it's basically 8.5. And one of the things we want to talk about is there was a guy that raced with Modern Street Hemi Shootout that also, when we opened it up to all the Mopars, started racing with us, and that was Simon. They're gonna run that one.
So Larry Rose off the starting line better. Goes 863 for the win at 149. How much better? He was more than a tenth slower than his competition and still crossed the finish line by almost a half a second in front. Jason Cohen 853 at 166. Great run, but gave it all back on the front end. We need 950 cars. 950 cars, we need you back. Once again, if you win your round matchup, come right back to the staging lanes so we can get you paired and ready to go. Mark Pickrell and Bill Dantico over on the right-hand side. It's not Danico, just so you know. Dantico out of Apple Valley, California. And Mark Pickrell also out of California. Two West Coasters matching up here in the heart of Texas. Both of them off the throttle before they get to the finish line. Dantico having some problems getting there to the finish line right now. In the meantime, Mark Pickrell was off the throttle at the 330 mark and back on it. 955 at 126 miles an hour. Here's Lonnie Bartley coming up, and been poking around a little bit on social media, and Lonnie Bartley had some very kind words about the racing facility and how the track was on point, and a big thank you from Lonnie to everybody here at the Texas Motorplex for keeping this place in shape.
He did, and just a little note, that car, one of the last passes he made yesterday, at the end of the day, he had a valve issue. They tore the top end off that car, did the machine work on the head, and got it back together right now.
847 at 162.
Yeah.
Quickest car of the group.
Yep.
How about that?
But if you're gonna throw it back together and get going, I might as well do it right, right?
Absolutely. Hey, 850 is complete. Round one for everybody except the Unlimiteds is complete. This is round number 2. Ricky Holcomb and Cole Godby. First round, it was random pairing. You didn't know who you were going to run until you pulled up. We ran a ladder after that. Everybody's already predetermined who they're going to race for the rest of the day. Ricky gets Cole. Cole dialed a 12 flat. Ricky a 981. That means Cole gets the head start in the 300C by a little over 2 seconds.
Yeah. Okay. Going back to the 850, and Simon supported us a great deal, and when he passed, I think 3 years ago, and then so we dedicated the 850 heavyweight class as the Simon Fast Hemi heavyweight class, 850, and so the winner of that gets a trophy that has Simon. He was notorious for his tumbler with a drink and a cigar. Go ahead.
Well, Cole was out front. Ricky having all sorts of issues trying to catch him. Cole's going to the next round. How about that? 12:38 at 113 miles an hour. Got a proud dad up here, Cole.
I'm telling you.
First of all, better on the reaction timer.
He's getting better.
He's getting better.
Yep.
Aided a little bit by some traction woes there over here on the left side, but guess what? A win light is a win light, and he got it. Now, it wasn't an 11.99 like the last time, but he didn't need to. He was out far enough ahead, found the brake pedal, took the win. Dan Pianfetti with the red light start.
Oh,
my gosh. He took a shot at it. 087 red light for Pianfetti. That's a little bit of guessing right there, but Chris Ulanowitz, he knew he had a tough one in Chris because Chris is very stout. Chris with a good light, and then goes 10.98.7, breaking out by 0.003 of a second. Chris would have been tough to beat. And so now it's Aaron Miller coming up. I know we got more bracket cars than that.
yeah. Okay. So as
I think
Aaron
we
does
had
it,
more.
yeah. No, I think that's it. They're gonna probably do one more round. After Aaron, while Aaron's warming up the tires, Simon was 8.5. Ray Z was our giveaway, and we dedicated this year. I say this year, 2024. We lost one of our founding members, Walter Warner, and if you notice, our shirts are carrying him. He's not here, but the shirts are carrying his name on it today, and for the event. We've done a couple other little neat little features of the T-shirt for Walter, but we now dedicated our car show portion to Walter Warner, another integral part of our family here.
And it's fitting that Walter would be the namesake of that because his stuff was always gorgeous. When it rolled up to
Lord. Angelo Rivera's stuff is really nice, but as you see the car right now that's going to be coming up after Aaron Miller, the 216 car is Walter's car. One of our other members bought it from Walter when he was having trouble and got it out of his hands. But that car, I always, every time I saw it, I would call it the new hotness. It was just something else.
So a little bit of tire spin there for
Come on back, Aaron. Come on back. No?
Miller. He's just going to idle it on down through there. Yeah. We're going to go to the 950 category coming up next. Again, if you are a winner in any of the categories, we need you back to the lanes. All winners, all classes back to the lanes. So even you bracket folks that just ran, we'll bring you back as well. We need you back to the lanes. 950s, 9.0s, we need 9.0 to the lanes. 850s, we need you back to the lanes. And our unlimited no time, we will take you to lane 10. Unlimited no time, we will take you to lane 10 right now. Our 950 category is rolling up now. It's Jessica Sipple and Jim Marino. Sipple from North Carolina, Marino from Lake Havasu, Arizona. I guess this is about halfway between the two of them. Jessica and Jim to the top end, working each other down there. Jessica for the win, 982 at 144 miles an hour. Jim Marino, 987 and out of here at 135. Jody Jarvis. Jody Jarvis gets the bye into the final. 9:45 at 136. He broke out. Doesn't matter. Had the automatic win. So it'll be Jody Jarvis, Jessica Sipple in the final of 950. 9 flat comes up now. Jeremy Barrett, Craig Bellavender coming up now. Barrett from Wisconsin. Bellavender from Phoenix. Not Wisconsin. So our 9-0 class, the biggest class of the day, and we'll have an extra round of those guys. Again, if you're a winner, right back to the lanes. All winners. All winners back to the lanes. We're missing one 850 car. We need you now. 850. We're missing one car in 850. We need you back to the lanes. On the brakes down there, Craig Bellavender, he got out front, dropped the nose, took the win, 9:08 at 143. Jeremy Barrett, 9:19 at 148, trying to get there, full throttle. Got there second. Tally Garibay and Jake Simon coming up now. Sounds like our bracket category final is already waiting back there. Happy to have them hustling right back up here. Tally Garibay, Jake Simon. Tally left side out of Laredo. Jake Simon from Richfield, Wisconsin. 850, again, we're missing one of you unless you've come up already. We need you now. Unlimited, no time to lane 10. Unlimited, no time to lane 10. How about a double breakout on the 9 flat index, and it's 0.004 of a second difference, giving the win to Jake Simon. He goes 8:99.7 on the 9 flat. Neptali Garibay goes 8:99.3. They both break out. One of them breaks out by 3 thousandths, the other one by 7 thousandths, so by 4 thousandths of a second. Win goes to Jake Simon. Tim Mikulajczyk and Mike Mulder coming up next. Mikulajczyk left side. That's the white, 170. Out of Elizabeth, North Carolina. Mike Mulder, right side. That is the burgundy demon out of San Clemente, California. Good drag race shaping up. Advantage going to the right side and win light to the right side. Margin of victory, 1/100th of a second or 2 feet at the finish line goes to Mike Mulder, 9:16 to a 9:06. And that was reaction time there that spelled the victory for Mulder by just a couple of feet at the finish line. They were side by side. Lonnie Bartley, we need you to the lanes, please. Lonnie Bartley, we need you to the lanes, please. Rob Kripe, Ben Blaylock. Coming up now. Kripe is staged. Blaylock rolling up right now. He is ready. They are off. Blaylock down track. 9:15 for Blaylock for the win at 146 miles an hour. He recognized early on that Kripe was not there. He'll ease it on down. Marge Heidings gets the single 9:17 at 150 miles per hour. Now it is our bracket final. How about this matchup? Chris Ulanowitz out of Savannah, Texas. Winner of the bracket race last year. 1099, the number on the window. Taking on Cole Godby. 12 flat, the number for the 300C over here on the right. Cole, living in Georgia. Almost exactly 1 second head start goes to Cole over on the right-hand side. Cole a little bit late reacting to green. Chris already knows what to do. He drove around him, kind of waved as he went by, then got on the brakes down there. Chris Ulanowitz, the winner of the bracket race, 11:35 at 95 miles an hour. He was better by 0.7 of a second on the reaction timer. Cole Godby at 12:20 to finish as runner-up. So here's Larry Rose out of Newburgh, Indiana, in our 850 category. Larry Rose takes the single here, 1088 at 93 miles an hour. So Larry Rose has made his way to the final. He took the bye. His competition, Mark Pickrell or Lonnie Bartley, winner of this matchup, will go to the final to take on Larry. TJ is giving the thumbs up. He's ready to go. All right, here we go. Mark Pickerel, Lonnie Bartley. Mark on the left. Is that correct? Well, Lonnie is hooking and booking. 9:02 to the finish line. And for Lonnie Bartley, hopefully did not hurt the motor again, as he is slow to make his way down the track. He made a really nice lap back in the last round.
Yeah, he had a great one. And then this one here, it completely broke loose. I didn't see the rear end shake or anything like that. It just broke loose, and he just pulled it over to the side to make sure everything was good.
Well, Mark Pickerel will be back to take on Larry Rose
That he will.
in our 850 heavyweight final. This is the 950 final coming up now. Jessica Sipple on the left out of Mooresville, North Carolina, gets Jody Jarvis, right side from Navasota, Texas. Again, this is index racing. The number already on the scoreboard. See a 950 down there. Jessica left, Jody right. John didn't race anything.
He's going to do unlimited.
Our unlimited cars are coming up. I believe they are under the tower right now. That's what it sounds like to me anyway.
I'll take a look.
But our unlimited cars are going to get the opportunity to run here. At the finish line, your winner. How about a 9:59 winner for Jody Jarvis? As you see him set the car down there at the finish line. He was on the brakes at the finish line, 9:59 at 1:24. He knew he was going to break out. Jessica off the pace just a little bit. And Jody Jarvis for Jarvis Tire Pros. Winner in the 950 category.
Yeah, we're looking for John to get his car and come on back around in that unlimited class.
So I believe Unlimiteds are up next. We're doing just a little bit of track grooming right there on the right-hand lane. I hear something getting warm and staying warm down there. Chris Bailey, one of our Unlimited no-time cars. So, once again, we need all unlimited cars to the lanes, please. Unlimited no-time cars, we need you to the lanes. You'll be up, and I believe we got 9-0 cars that we're going to have to run. I believe there are 5 of you left in 9-0 category. We will take you to the lanes. But we are doing just a little bit of a track scrape out there on the starting line. Do a little scrape, do a little spray, do a little drag, get everything in optimal condition out there. As the racing surface has held up very well in a bit of a challenging time here. In the meantime, we're just going to throw a little music on while all that's going on. We'll be back with you in just a little bit. For you people online, you're not going to hear the music because we don't want to get in trouble with the YouTube folks. All right. Sounds like Unlimited cars are getting set to come out. And we got several guests up here in race control that we're going to talk to in a few minutes once we get a little bit of gap time here. Our friends from Three Demons Performance, who put on events for veterans all over the country. Unlimited, no time. First one to the finish line, winner. Eric Gonzalez. Over here on the left. Although I think that's Eric Gonzalez over on the right. I'm not sure. I'm a little confused. I know that's Escobar over there on the right-hand side. And again, these are unlimited performance, no-time competitors. That means, as simple as it sounds, these are not your stock demons by any stretch. These are unlimited cars, all Mopars, all sorts of power adders, highly modified machines. We're not going to tell you how fast they run. We're just going to look for a wind light. If you want to sit down, you can. That's fine. Absolutely. Escobar in the staging beams. Left side. Here comes the Charger. Starting line clearly goes to the white car. Stay off the center line, dude. So he did about everything he could to cross the center line without doing it. Trouble's over here on the left as the car is not under power right now, and appears to be something hanging a little lower than you'd want it to over here on the left-hand side. So we're going to give him an assist to get back to the starting line. So we're going to give him an assist off the starting line. Good opportunity to start our conversation with our guests here. And first up, Brad, I'm going to bring you to the microphone. You're part of this Three Demons Performance group, and we had a little conversation at lunch yesterday. But it sounds like you guys have a tremendous program for veterans. And tell us a little bit about what you're doing with Three Demons and what the group does.
Thank you. Appreciate it. So what we've found ourselves doing is putting service-disabled veterans in our Demons and driving them down the track. Obviously, we have some restrictions with insurance and things like that, but this year we were able to have a couple of meets where we put, I know myself, I drove about 49 veterans down the track this year, and we have a couple of Demons and one other car. We had a Durango Hellcat that ended up being a really fun car to drive multiple people down at the same time to give them that experience. And on the team, we've got two other guys that are drivers, that are dedicated drivers, and him and Shane, the guy that actually started the company here, those three guys met in high school and are now realigned here through drag racing. And we're able to start giving back in our veteran advocacy group that we've started here. I'd also like to introduce Shane Pitt here, the founder and owner.
Red is hot. Okay, good to go. Well, yes, thanks, Brad. It's great to be here. We've had a ton of fun, and as Brad was saying, we focus on working with our service-disabled vets primarily, but we also do children advocacy work. So one of the larger parts of what we've been doing is Brad said, is focused on helping veterans have a good day. We take them for rides in the Demon 170s. Oh, sorry, I was watching the cars. But the long story short is our mission is to help people have a good day that enjoy the motorsport, and of course trying to improve the quality of lives of others, make connections. Hold it up.
Yeah, you need to talk into them.
My apologies.
I need to turn the mic on to tell you to hold it up there, but yeah, but the mic's pretty good. So just want to make sure that you're able to tell your story to everybody out there. And you're one of the founders, kind of the one of the instrumental.
Myself, Joshua, and Rob Bell, who is in Go Mango.
Okay.
Our Go Mango car downstairs that's having a little bit of an issue in the rear, but we're still working with her.
Okay.
And then one of our outside partners, Jay here, he's been at every one of our events, and he's with the Fallen Outdoors, a veteran advocacy group that has about 200,000 members nationally. Would you like to say something?
Sure.
Is it okay?
Absolutely, it's okay. We've got you on camera right now, but we're going to switch the camera to the track, talk about this pair going down the track, and we'll come right back to you. Okay. So, on the starting line or in the water box right now, it's Chris Bailey. Over here on the left-hand side, he's alongside John Sipple, the Sipple Speed Shop machine out of Mooresville, North Carolina. Pair of very tough race cars coming at you right now. Bailey, the Fort Worth runner over here in the Bailey's Performance Machine. They're both going to back up again. We can't really tell you what their times are because they're running in unlimited no time. But some pretty quick race cars in this group, and I think we may have a Viper that's going to join us here in just a minute. We got Sammy Beagles waiting over there. He's going to run his drag pack in just a few minutes, just on an exhibition run. It's plenty sticky out there, as we've seen. One of our spectators out there on the starting line stepped out to John's car and almost left his shoes right there on the starting line. John's got a hold of the track. Nice looking lap right there. Bailey. That does not look very healthy for Chris Bailey. So Sipple gets to the finish line first, takes the win. Some smoke out of Bailey's car. We're probably going to have to run down there and take a look at that, make sure there's no slickery stuff out on the racing surface, as we certainly don't like it when the smoke escapes. That is a fact. So let's go back to our group here, and Jay up here from the Fallen Outdoors. What's that organization about?
Hey, now, thanks for having us. The Fallen Outdoors, we mainly focus on getting veterans in the woods to hunt and fish, but we have kind of partnered here in the last 6 months to a year with 3DP in trying to, get more guys into different things. Not everybody likes to hunt and fish, and the more people we can touch and affect, the better, The more my brothers and sisters that we can help down the road, the better we're doing. So that's the biggest thing.
So these folks that are coming back, and I'm assuming these are folks that have been overseas in service and that kind of thing, and they're dealing with a lot of issues from reintegration back into society. So those are the kinds of things that you're helping with?
Yes, sir. Most of our guys, we're 100% nonprofit, and most of our staff and leads themselves are disabled vets or veterans, and it's just good to have a shoulder just to lean on. A lot of what we don't realize in this country is a lot of people don't have anybody. They come home to nothing. So we just try to be there, take their mind off everything, whether it be hunting, fishing, race cars, and let them just have a good day and bring some smiles and let them know that people love them.
Well, that's a wonderful thing that you're doing right now, and you're right. There are a lot of people that don't, when they come back, they've seen stuff that you and I, the normal person over here in the States, can't even imagine. And I know it has a profound impact on all of our veterans. So just any of these activities that can help bring them back to some normal way of life has got to be a great thing.
Yes, sir. And it's connection. I'm a 100% disabled veteran myself. I would like to think that I know what some of the guys are going through, and so it's easy for some of our guys to be there, and it's hard to tell somebody your story unless they've been there.
Right.
You can't explain to the layperson what
No.
you're feeling, but when you know what somebody's feeling, it's a little easier to help them.
That's right. So where are you fellas based out of?
So I'll jump in. We operate out of Greenville, Tennessee.
Okay.
We also operate out of Lovettsville, Virginia, and the events we've done thus far have been down in Alabama and up in Maryland. We just started last year. We did a couple of trial events. We did a smaller event last September with the Fallen Outdoors. That was the 100 or so veterans we took down the track that day. It was great. We got so many runs in. It was phenomenal. When you're not having to wait for anybody else and the track is yours and you're just taking people to have fun, man, you get a lot of seat time. I think, Josh, what did you have?
So I ended up taking 28 vets down the track in our destroyer grade Demon 170. So it's being a veteran myself as well as Jay. It's a surreal experience, to say the least, to help my brothers and sisters just have a good time, and just the smiles and laughs that were for that short period, and just even an 8th mile hit were phenomenal. It made my day. My back didn't like it after 28 passes for a few days, but it was well worth it in the end.
Yeah,
For
people
sure.
don't realize how much of a kick you get out of that demon when it leaves the starting line.
Half a G every time.
It'll throw you back in the seat, and that does take its toll.
Definitely.
So how did you wind up with being able to put together these group of race cars? I mean, Dodge Demons, they don't just fall out of the sky. How did you put that together?
So I'll chime in, because all it started with was a group text from Shane to Rob and I, like 2 days before they announced the 170 in Vegas. And we watched it, and he was like, "Hey, I'm thinking about getting one of these cars. What do you guys think about them?" And I'm a Ford guy at heart, so I was like, "Hey, this is pretty cool." And then 3 days later, after the allocations come out, he's like, "Hey, I got one." All right.
How about
All
that?
right, let's go. Cool. And then the first time we sat down, 1 turned to 3. And we were like, what? And then
So you got 3
right off the break.
D170s.
And they're 444, 446, 448. And then all of them have got carbon fiber wheels, which everybody knows how that went, and the back order issue with that. So our car's set from September when they were built, except for the last one, until January. And we had already made the decision to do something different. And we reached out to John Uris from Hellion, and we had a date set and no cars.
Oh, my.
So 2 days before Thanksgiving, 2 years ago, Shane called and said, "Hey, we've got an opportunity for a 4th car, and do we want to get it? Because I'm going to get it either way. Do we want that one to be the race car instead of Destroyer?" Because Destroyer was initially planned for that, because the Destroyers are one of 50 single-seat cars as well. And we went day before Thanksgiving, went down, picked it up, and 3 weeks later it was on its way to New Mexico. And this is the second time that we've actually seen the car. So
This weekend is the
this
second
weekend
time.
is the second time we've seen the car. Last one was Steele, Alabama, back in August this past year. And it's when we met with Tim Barth and John Sipple. John Uris came out. We all had we had rented the track for the day. We had some other folks that Shane can talk about. So we actually networked and were able to get with Joey Kramer from Aerosmith. So he's one of our biggest supporters right now. And he got to come out and actually even rode in Cinnamon Stick with Rob. And we had a lot of other folks here. Chris Shawver came out, Andy Barth, Tim's brother. So we had a really good time. And you know, if it wasn't for Jay, you know, talking with Joey, you know, we wouldn't be in the position we are now, and on the right path that we're on currently.
So with these events, you've had a couple of events. What's next on your calendar?
I think we're ready to put together a small series. We got to see how it fits in the schedule and find the right group of cars. For right now, there are a lot of open events that want to bring this level of attention and cause to their events. We can fit in any event. We can run these veterans in between brackets and put them in and let them see the rest of the show. So there's a lot of opportunity for Three Demons Performance to partner and bring a lot of a whole different world to this racing world that we love. So we're excited for this year to find a couple of other events that we can partner with those guys, bring in a nice group of 100 or so veterans, and give them a hell of a day to just experience and connect and find some new people to call when things get tough.
Well, what you guys are doing, I think, is an amazing thing for these veterans, and I'm very happy to hear that this is going on out there, and I know the gratification has got to be when how much appreciation they give you, each and every one that you take down the track.
Absolutely.
And so as a part of that, I assume you're like a nonprofit group. How do you take care of all the expenses to make all of this happen?
So that's a bit of a long story, but I'll make it short. 3DP is actually not, or Three Demons Performance is not a nonprofit. We're building the nonprofit on top of it. It's the operating wing for putting on the events. The non-for-profit works with 3DP, but also works with other groups. Remember how I said we also work for children advocacy as well. So
Yes.
the 3DP is focused on working with primarily with the veterans and drag racing, and we will with the 501c3 that's going live the beginning of this year, earlier, probably somewhere between January and February, the end of January, early February. The 501c3 should be live. It takes a little bit longer. So we started with the operating company so we could get the cars. Really, it goes back to what Josh was saying with the. It goes back to what Josh was saying with having to wait for the car so long.
Yes.
We needed to create an entity to get that moving faster than you could build a 501c3. That takes quite a long time to put together and get certified. So right now, we're
understand.
actually just doing it for fun.
I understand. But that's a more important mission, right? Just to be doing it, not to worry about all the logistics in the back, because that'll all kind of happen as it happens. So, final question for you: how do people find out about Three Demons Performance and putting together an arrangement to get you to the racetrack?
We have a website, 3dp.us. We will be putting together the nonprofit. We have we're getting into the social media a little bit more than we were as of last year, and you'll start to see us on Instagram and Facebook and other social media sites. Our YouTube presence starting to take place. Some of the connections that we have and the people that are plugging us into their connections have been even more instrumental in allowing us to reach more people. Partners like the Fallen Outdoors, who have 200,000 veterans in their organization, help us by finding people in the areas where we're getting ready to race so they can bring those vets to us.
Well, I think that's a wonderful thing, what you're doing. I commend you for it. It's making a difference in people's lives. I'm sure that it is, and we're certainly happy that you're here today, and I guess we're going to see the Go Mango car here in a little bit. Maybe or maybe not. On light. Okay.
She's dialed back a little bit right now.
I fully understand. So, gentlemen, thank you very much for coming up. I really
Appreciate
appreciate
it.
it.
Yes, sir.
Glad you took the time. It's nice to meet all of you, and best to all of you in what you're doing.
Thank you. Keep up the good work.
Let's watch this Viper, see what it's going to do.
Wow.
It's a little more like it. I'd love to tell you, but I can't. But let's just say that was pretty spectacular. That number, yeah. Yes, he was off the throttle 1,100 feet, and he still ran, let me just say, faster than anybody else on the property. Sammy Beagles heading down track. We can talk about Sammy, I believe. How about an 838, 172 miles an hour? Nine flat coming at you now. Andy McPherson on the left. Mike Mulder on the right. These are nine flat. I believe there are 5 cars left in the nine flat category. So I believe we got 3 rounds of that still coming at us. Mike Mulder out front. Here comes Andy McPherson. A lot of ground to try to make up. Not going to get it done. 9:56 at 1:16. Easing out of the throttle for Mike Mulder. Takes the win. Andy McPherson was behind all the way down the track. Tried to catch him. 9:61 at 1:48. Jake Simon, Craig Bellevender coming up now. I guess there are 4 cars left. So next round will be the final. Nope, I am incorrect. I am incorrect. Simon, left side, Richfield, Wisconsin. Bellevender out of Phoenix. Red light start for Craig Bellevender. Left before he got the green light. 2:04 on the red light. Jake Simon. How about for Jake? He's got that thing dialed in. 8:99.9 at 1:51 gets the automatic win via the red light for Craig Bellevender. 9:13 at 145. I believe this is the final pair here in 9-0 coming up. Final pair in 9-0. Marge Heidings, Ben Blaylock. Attention in the pit area. Test and tune lanes are open. 6, 7, and 8. Test and tune lanes are open. It's lanes 6, 7, and 8. If you want to make a test and tune run, you can come on down. We're still just a few pairs away from being finished with all of our eliminations, but test and tune cars. We will take you to the lanes now. Marge is off and running. Marge is in control of this race. Top end of the track, Marge with a 912, 148 miles an hour. Marge Heidings will go to the semis. In 9-0 has been Blaylock. Rattles the tires a little bit, then goes 1856 at 52. It's like our 850 final coming up now. Larry Rose, Mark Pickrell. Pickrell completes his burnout. Larry Rose finishing his up now. He rolls forward. Still under throttle there until he crosses the blue line. Larry Rose out of Newburgh, Indiana. He'll take on Mark Pickrell from Canyon Country, California. Again, 850 up on the scoreboard. This is our final round in the 850 heavyweight class. Test and tune lanes are open. Test and tune to lanes 6, 7, and 8. Test and tune to lanes 6, 7, and 8. Come on down. We need our 850, or excuse me, our 9 flat winners back to the lanes, please. 950 and Unlimited will take you back to the lanes. Larry Rose out front. Larry Rose for the win. Mark Pickrell was trying to get there, got there second, ran 900ths under, 841 at 149. Larry Rose for the win, 854 to take the win. Looks like test and tune run coming at you right now. This is Paul Beckwith. Test and tuners will work you in at this point. If you're still in eliminations, which I believe we got semis in 9-0, and we've got a final round in Unlimited, we'll take you back to the lanes. In the meantime, test and tune. Test and tune. Come on down, 6, 7, and 8. Paul Beckwith, 981, 137. Andy McPherson comes up now. For Andy McPherson, 925 at 148 miles per hour. G Minor coming up now out of Royce City, Texas. I don't remember seeing G in any racing earlier today. And Catherine Kasiba. Kasiba left side out of Louisville. Again, they're really just in data gathering mode, testing mode. Yeah, they did run in the bracket race, but more for fun than anything else. G Minor over there on the right-hand side, Royce City, Texas. Again, test and tune, open test and tune to the lanes, please. Catherine jumps off of the starting line. Car moves to the left a little bit. She'll lose some traction and just ease her way down the track. In the meantime, G Minor, 1358, 128 miles an hour. Catherine, 1720 at 61. Ricky Holcomb out of the water box right now, Cedar Park, Texas. Ricky heads down track, 983 at 140 miles an hour. Larry Rose comes back up here. So Larry leaves the starting line, gets a 60-foot time. He'll back up. I think it's all part of a licensing process going on right now. So Tim is back here on the deck with us here, and we got all the cameras on track right now.
Yeah, there you go.
See your smiling face.
Yeah, I'm all beat up right now from a lot of other things. I don't want to be on film.
Well, I hope I wasn't any of the source of your beating that you had to take.
No, I was just joking. But that was some good rounds. I think we got just a couple of 9.0s left, right?
We've got 3 9.0 cars left, and then we've got our final in Unlimited.
All right, sweet.
Coming up. So, in fact, the 9.0 cars, 9.0 semifinalists. We'll take you back to the lanes, please. 9.0 semifinalists. We need you back to the lanes. 913, 157 miles an hour there for the Larry Rose Mobile. Folks are getting folks are getting their money's worth right now as the staging lanes are now open for test and tune. Mark Itzstein and Paul Beckwith. We just saw Paul a minute ago. Kind of hot lapping it back up here again. And Mark Itzstein over on the left from Frisco, Texas. So again, if you're still in competition, which includes our unlimited final and our 9-0 semifinal, 3 cars left in 9-0, we need you back to the lanes. Come on down. We're going to work you in as our test and tune activities continue. .983 at 138 miles an hour for Paul Beckwith. Mark Itzstein 10:17 at 137. Boom, pop. How about that? Jason Cohen. Jason, a little backfire there out of his D170. Again, we need 9-0 semifinals. We need you now. 9-0 semis back to the lanes.
So we got 9-0 semis and then final, and then we got the unlimited class final, correct?
That is correct. Along with test and tune.
Oh, there's a whole pile of them waiting and ready for that.
I can tell. Jason Cohen, 838, 167 miles per hour. Got your little cash, huh? Got your little cash.
I did.
You will.
Runner up.
I don't know.
You got to cut a better light. You would have won that.
Is that how I lost?
Mm-hmm.
Well,
Well, you were racing Chris Ulanowicz, who was the 2-time what is it? Modern Street Hemi Shootout champion, bracket champion.
yeah.
So don't be
Pretty
surprised.
tall order.
Yeah, he would have played with you all the way down the track anyway.
Well, I was sending every run, so I wasn't trying, really, to be honest with you. I mean, I broke the first run. I was just going.
That was awesome. I love that. Did you use all of the 5 gallons yet? Okay.
Is your microphone on?
No, sir. Oh, it is. I apologize for that hot mic moment. I will go off mic.
All right, we're back to it with Dan Pianfetti and Harrison Beagles. I believe Harrison's just getting used to this car this weekend. To the top end, 932 at 146 miles an hour. Dan Pianfetti, 1007 at 139. Hey, this might be a grudge match coming up here.
Oh, yeah?
Tim Mikulajczyk, Eric Taylor.
Yep.
Because they were having a discussion about the one time that Eric beat Tim. And so I guess we're going to see if he's going to go for a second W over here.
I tell you what, they very close on the reaction time.
Yeah, they ain't messing around. But Tim got the better of it that time, 9-11 at 151.
Oh, some bragging rights going down now.
Yeah, Eric Taylor, 9-22 at 148. So those two are good buddies. They were giving each other all sorts of grief at lunch today, and they tell me that on the trip they had walkie-talkies, and it was like that for 1,700 miles coming out here.
That and flat tires, like every year they come.
Do they have a flat tire this time?
Oh
around?
my God, Tim's truck and Eric's trailer.
Oh man.
Yeah, that's like y'all need to buy stock in tire company.
Yeah. They do sell new tires, not retreads, right?
Yeah, I think they buy new tires. I think it's just their luck in catching, either potholes or debris or trash or whatever. But man,
yeah, that hurts when it happens.
Oh, it does.
Eric Mallon out of San Antonio coming up now. I'd be really curious to see the video that they take off of the selfie stick off the back of that 360
that 360 thing. Yeah, that is an interesting little device.
It is.
He's been trying to transbrake, trying to get it to work. It's just a fickle thing sometimes.
Well, I think it's a matter of getting used to it, right? I mean, the device works okay, but it's a process and procedure thing.
Well, the 2023 Demon is a heck of a lot better than the 2018 Demon was. The 2018 Demon was it was brutal. You had 7 steps in order to get it right.
Yeah, if you're a quote-unquote true drag racer, it's nothing like that.
Oh, yeah, no, not at all.
Yeah.
You had to balance your throttle in a range of RPM after you were in the 2-step, in the lights. You just can't do that. It's just, there ain't enough time to do that.
Hey, something snuck up on us here. This is the 9-0 semifinal coming up. One of these two is going to go to the final round. It will either be Marge Hidings out of Florida or Mike Mulder out of California. Based on the starting line, one of them's got about a tenth of a second advantage And at the finish line, that's how the win light turned out as well. How about a better light for Mike Mulder and a 9:10 with a 6 at 1:43 to take the win by about 10 feet at the finish line over Marge Heidings, 9:10-0. So they were right there together. But Mulder will go on to take on Jake Simon here in the final round in 9-0.
And like I said before, there's Jake walking up side of the car, so that must be Ron.
Ah, Ron Silva. I should know that because I think every time we do one of these races, Ron Silva winds up in the final.
He always ends up, if he doesn't win his class, he'll jump in somebody else's car and race. That man loves to take a light.
Yep, he sure does. He sure does. So did he break his car, or is he just wanting to play around with this one?
So prior to getting here, he come out to Texas a week early and did a test and tune and broke an axle.
Well, how about an 899 at 150? He's got that thing dialed in. He's been 899 or 90 multiple times throughout the weekend. We're back to test and tune right now. Jerry Grimes and John Plogue. Grimes out of Mississippi. Plogue from Nebraska. Plogue still sits in the water box right now. Not sure if he's having a little trouble or we're just going to send a single or what's happening here.
It may be a single. I don't know. I can say this much. Grimes must have been the one that ran next to Cole. I think we said that before. When Cole took off, and then at about, I don't know, 150 feet out,
Yeah.
Grimes, the back end of the car, sat down, squatted, and took off, and
Oh, yes.
ran that 870.
Yeah.
I just saw a little nitrous spray up through the hood there.
That's not stock, I assume.
Oh, nope.
Nope.
Oh, stop.
Howdy, howdy.
Whoa, stop.
He did everything. Did everything but smack the wall with that thing.
I know Sue Ellen had to jump back. She was over there taking his picture.
So I don't know how to describe that run exactly, other than he had his hands full.
That he did.
Plogue goes 20 seconds and just watched all that happen next to him as Grimes. So the car comes off the starting line, moves to the left, spins a little bit. He stabs it again, picks up the front end, drifts out towards the wall. He drops it back down, dumps a bunch of sparks out there. In fact, you can see some marks where some part of the undercarriage hit the track, and then he stabs it again and goes on down.
Pretty exciting run if you
Yeah.
you want to say something about
Yeah,
it.
Little puckery moment for you right there. Harrison
Lord.
Beagles and Dan Pianfetti coming up now. I don't know what's under the tower, but it's rattling so bad that my camera is completely out of focus now.
I believe that would be those unlimited cars pulling up.
Okay, so if you're watching online, sorry you're not going to see what happens here because it's nothing but a blur. We'll get you that far right there as Harrison Beagles stretches it out a little bit over here on the left. 935 at 150 miles an hour. Dan Pianfetti, 1001 at 138.
I believe that's Andy Mack. Yep.
Andy McPherson. He didn't put his hometown on the tech card. I think he's from Florida, though. Is
That
he
he
not?
is. He is from Florida. Funny thing about him is that he always has a bright yellow Dodge Ram.
.916 at 149. So
I don't know. I don't know if he's in it.
Come back up the short chute and jump in behind Unlimited again.
Is this unlimited final? Oh. Unlimited finals to the lanes, please. Unlimited, no time finals to the lanes. We need you.
Who is that?
Unlimited, no time finals to the lanes.
That must be Chris Shaver. You
don't
don't have a name for him?
I believe.
It's 14.
So we believe this
Chris.
may be Chris Shaver. Shuts it off early, down to the top end. No time. But he was definitely off the throttle before he got to the finish line.
This is the Three Demons car, the twin turbo Demon 170. They're doing shakedowns. They're trying to get it to make some good passes.
Rob Bell at the controls there.
They got a good clean 9.7 out of it.
Okay, so Eric was bragging about beating Tim at lunch. Tim just beat Eric. Is this the rubber match? I guess. Yep. Tim Mikulajczyk on the left. Eric Taylor on the right. Again, we need unlimited. Unlimited final to the lanes. Unlimited final to the lanes. Well, I think Tim's going to do it again. 9:03 at 152. Eric Taylor falls off a little bit. 9:62 at 146.
That was that stand, that wheel stand that Eric did. He backed out of it. He didn't want it to slap.
Oh, is that what it was?
Yeah, he didn't want it to slap the ground. That's his lime green baby. He doesn't want to hurt it.
Eric Mallon, Mike Mahoney. Time runs coming up here. 9:00 final, I believe, is under my feet, below the tower here. Kind of hard to tell because I can't look through the floor. The unlimited final is on its way as well. Looks like Mike Mahoney's going to get there first. He does. 9:92, 137 miles an hour. Eric Mallon was quicker, but a little slower off the starting line. 9:60 at 146 miles per hour. Here is the 9-0 final. Ron Silva, left side. Mike Mulder, right. Two Californians matching up here in the final. Better light to Silva, brake light, Silva, win light, Silva. 9:21 at 135. Ron Silva is your winner. Over here on the left side, Mike Mulder was closer to the 9-0 index. 9:16 at 141.
He gave it away at the start.
More test and tune coming up. We're getting ready to close the lanes here, which we will do in about 5 minutes. We'll be closing the lanes in 5 minutes, as track conditions are kind of starting to deteriorate now that the sun is sinking off to the west, and we're just not able to put any more heat in the track.
What time do you want to start tomorrow? 9?
So for G minor 1263, over here on the left side, 129 miles an hour, John Plogue, 1934 at 60. Matt Martin and Harrison Beagles going to make another lap here. Beagles, nice lap, 9:30, 148 miles an hour. Matt Martin getting there. Not sure if he broke something or is just frustrated. 21:65 at 49. Our unlimited final will be coming up here in just a minute. We're going to do a little bit of touch-up on the starting line before we send them. Tim Mikulajczyk, Eric Taylor. I think they just like beating up on each other now.
You know how earlier when we talked about how durable and reliable the Demon is?
Yes, sir.
And it's what you're seeing right now. As they go down, they lap the place. Go down again and again.
I see it.
And clipping off 9-second runs.
Yeah. One thing I notice, reaction time-wise, they're both very consistently in the same zone every time.
Yep.
9:02 left side at 152 for Tim. Eric 9:33 at 145. Attention in the pit area. The staging lanes are now closed. Staging lanes are closed. Test and tune is closed. We have our unlimited final coming up. We're going to do a little touch-up before that. I believe Sammy Beagles has got his drag pack over here. He's going to run Our unlimited cars are going to run. Whoever's in the lanes is going to run. And then we'll be done. Eric Mallon left side, Michael Pashos on the right. .1001 for Eric Mallon over there on the left. Track rotator out there right now. Flat drag. Little broom. Quick touch up of the line as it kind of got brutalized there. Staging lanes are closed. If you didn't get your runs in today, you'll have opportunities tomorrow. And it sounds like from the boss man, our driver's meeting will be at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Driver's meeting at 8. We're going to try to get on track a little bit earlier tomorrow if we can. Driver's meeting will be at 8 a.m. tomorrow, Saturday. I believe we got one more lap coming up here on the track prep, and then it'll be unlimited finals coming up. Again, staging lanes are closed, so thank you all for participating today. We managed to get a pretty good day out of something that didn't start out that way, so very happy that we were able to do that, and all of our eliminations will be done here in just a moment as our unlimited final is coming up. Sammy Beagles will have the racetrack as well in his drag pack over here. He waits patiently. And I believe that we're all out of cars back there in the staging lane. So, again, just a reminder, driver's meeting will be tomorrow at 8 a.m. in the Champions Club. 8 a.m. driver's meeting, and then as soon as we can after that, we're going to get on track and start making test and tune all day tomorrow. Alex Valenzuela, I think that's right. Monterey Park, California. The Escobar car. And John Sipple, right side. Out of Mooresville, North Carolina, the Hemi Gnome. All right, we are just finishing up the flat drag here, and as soon as TJ pulls off the racetrack, we're going to put our final in Unlimited on the starting line. Alex Valenzuela out of Monterey Park, California, left side, and John Sipple right for Sipple Speed Shop out of Mooresville, North Carolina. Let's not get hit by the tractor. That would be bad. I believe, what is he doing? He's going to make one more quickie. All right, our final coming up. I see Sammy Beagles over here. He's going to run after this final, but how about the car on the left there, the one they call Escobar?
Yeah, he yesterday, I don't know, he was trying to do one of those SpaceX things and launch off the track heading to space, but he busted his oil pan and was able to repair it and get everything squared away and be back at it here today.
Well, he had a better outcome than the actual SpaceX from yesterday, that's for sure.
Yes.
I mean, he scattered a bunch of stuff, but he didn't do it over an ocean.
That's right.
John Sipple over here on the right, the Hemi Gnome, I believe he calls it. Anyway, first one to the finish line. That is not good.
Nope.
That is really not good. I believe we're done for the night, would be my guess. So
He may be able to run the right lane.
it sounds like a coolant leak there for Alex. And that was not the way that was supposed to turn out at all. It's either coolant, water, something. But when you let the smoke out of it, it's never good.
No, sir, it is not.
Never good. Never good. So, not exactly sure what we're going to do at this point. Alex sitting down there at the shutdown area. He's way down there. He's still on the racetrack, though. What? All right, so I just want to make clear that the lanes are closed for the night. We got a couple of cars that are already up here that we are going to run, assuming that this track cleanup is not drastic. But the lanes are closed. Please do not bring your race car up here into the staging lanes. The lanes are closed for the night. We'll be back at it tomorrow morning with our drivers meeting at 8 o'clock in the morning, and then we'll get on track shortly after that. But for tonight, lanes are closed. Lanes are closed. All right. Well, we've got a report from the racing surface, and it's not good. Just want to tell you it's not good. So, Sammy, you can head on back. Whoever's under the tower can head on back. We are done running for tonight. This is going to be an extended cleanup. It is an extended cleanup. We're talking at least an hour, maybe more. And we're not going to have track conditions which will allow us to put you on the racetrack. So, sorry, Sammy, we're going to have to send you back. Whoever's under the tower, they need to go back as well, as we are done for the night. The report is that coolant, the original leak was a coolant leak that started right at the starting line and went to about the 660 mark. And then at 660, it became a mixture of coolant and transmission fluid, and we've got transmission fluid spraying the lane from the 660 mark all the way through the shutdown. So our track crew is going to have a busy night tonight as they've got to get all that cleaned up. But for racers, we are done for the night. Apologies for that. It's just an unfortunate situation to close out the day. So it sounds like we're going to have to do some cleanup tonight. And then tomorrow morning, we'll get back after it. It's going to take easily an hour to clean up this mess. So, boys and girls, sorry about that. Yes, I'm listening to the radio chatter. They're telling me that the spray is at least 8 feet wide down there at the top end, so it's unfortunately what you would call a massive cleanup down there. Tim Godby abandoned me here in race control, but was happy to join him today. Also, our friends from Three Demons Performance talking about the programs that they're providing for our veterans. And that is a cool program. You can find out more about them at 3dp.us. They can tell you all about what they're trying to do for people all over the country. Great racing all the way around, and finishing it up there with our unlimited final. We'll award our winners and runner-ups tomorrow at lunch. But for today, we're done. So on behalf of Tim Godby and the entire Legion of Demons operation, thank you for being a part of the 7th annual gathering of the Demons, the Lonestar Rivals. We'll see you once again in the morning. Hope you all have a great night. Be careful and be safe no matter what you're doing, whether you're staying at the track or heading out. Hope to see you all back here tomorrow morning. And with that, I'm Warren. Have a good night, and thanks.